All right, good morning.
Wait a minute.
Good morning. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Mr. Comeaux?
Yes, sir.
All right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is 7/17/24. The time is 9:11 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, and I'll be serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Ms. Cheryl Renatza to my left and Ms. Carolyn Stapleton to my right. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Headquarters staff, would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes. Sure. Parole, Williams.
Francis Abbott.
Our remote location today is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Any staff there, would you please introduce yourselves?
Rochelle Ambo, Deputy Warden.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Janie Sturgeon, Program Consultant.
Jane Babel, offender record.
Thank you. Mr. Adam Comeaux, would you please introduce yourself and state your full name and DOC number for the record?
My name is Adam Comeaux, and my DOC number is 112373.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process and then we'll begin. We'll start out by me reading some information into the record and asking you to verify it. You'll be allowed to speak first. Then Mr. Myers from the Parole Project will speak on your behalf. And we'll ask the facility wardens for any input. We'll then allow supporters and people in opposition, 3. And then we will conduct a parole interview by the panel. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Adam Comeaux, who is DOC number 112373, who's a first felony offender, who was convicted of first-degree murder, 2 counts, and on November 3rd, 2003, was sentenced to death, reduced to life without parole, and then reduced to life with parole eligibility. Your parole eligibility date is August 1st, 2017. Your good time date is not eligible. Your full term date is life. Is that information correct?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. So, Mr. Comeaux, we'll let you speak first. We want you to tell us, in your words, why do you think we should release you on parole today, and anything else that you might want the parole board to know?
Because I'm a changed man, and I deserve a shot because I was at a young age. I didn't know better, and that's why I deserve another chance.
Because you were young.
Yeah, I was young at the time.
Is that all you have to say at this time?
Well, I take full responsibility for what I did, and I got remorse for the victim family, and I'm not that person. I'm a changed man now.
All right. Mr. Myers, would you give us a couple of words about what you do for him?
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. As this board may be aware, Parole Project is committed to assisting juvenile lifers. And if this board would grant Mr. Comeaux today, we would offer him our full assistance.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. How about any warden or staff down there? Do y'all have any input to help us out with our decision today? How's he been?
Yes, he's a minimum A trustee that works in our garment factory. He's a sewing machine operator. He has his 1 hour of pre-release, substance abuse, anger management, and T4C. His last DB report was May 31st of 2013 for Rule 3, which is defiance. Since he's been here, he only had 19 DB reports. And he has a low tiger risk. And I got his educational summaries. He had, several attempts to try to get the GED to get literacy, but due to not meeting academic growth, he was given a waiver from participating in the classes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Today we have in opposition Chad Boycell, who does not want to speak. We have Kevin Boycell, who does want to speak, who's a victim family member. Rhonda Boycell, who is a victim family member not wanting to speak, but in opposition, and Allison Simmons, victim family member who's in opposition that doesn't want to speak. Sheriff Mark Woods, who is in opposition and will speak. District Attorney Philip Terrell, who's in opposition and will speak. Mr. Robert Murphy with the Rapides District Attorney's Office, who's in opposition but does not need to speak. Mr. Michael Jones with the Rapides Sheriff's Office, who's in opposition and present but does not want to speak. And Chief of Police Darrell Bradley, who's opposed and not wishing to speak. So we will begin with Mr. Kevin Boycell, if you want to go up to the podium and tell us what you have to say.
Morning. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the board for giving me a chance to speak today. I have been mentally rehearsing the speech far too many years and hoping, in fact praying, that today would never arrive. But here we are. Prior to September 1st, 1985, I lived a normal life, full of fun and laughter and not many worries in the world, as most 25-year-olds should be. Every day since that day, it has been anything but normal for me. I was visiting my grandparents in Boyles Parish with my father, and their phone rang. Father answered it, and it was then that we all learned that my two aunts were no longer with us. Their lives were stolen from us by Adam Comeaux. They were both bludgeoned to death with a cypress knee that my father made to hold the door open. And my Aunt Ruby was raped by the son. Now I'm going to make something perfectly clear. I'm not someone that lives his life for vengeance or revenge. Facts, complete opposite. I have sought professional help for a number of years to help me let this go. And I assure you that Adam Comeaux is not the only one in prison. I too live in a prison of fear and anxiety. The only difference is I will not get a chance at parole, nor will I ever get a chance at life again. Unfortunately, my sentence doesn't end until I end. I was 25 years old then. Now I stand before you, a much older man of 64. I've been reliving that horrific event from that day until today, and I'm sure I will until I'm gone from this earth. From that day on, things changed. I became worried or even scared, if you will, for my loved ones. I constantly feared for my mother's safety as well as my sister's. In 1988, I met this wonderful woman that stands beside me now. I then began to worry about her safety. And to this day, I'm constantly asking her to be careful everywhere she goes. My feelings are a direct result of this heinous crime. And now on to 2003. When the young man who stands next to me entered the world, this was by far the most wonderful and greatest day of my life. Along with the wonderful feeling of having a child, having someone to teach how to hunt, to fish, and to ride a bike, unfortunately came the feeling of worry and fear for his safety. That fear does not end at 16 years of age or 18, or now at the age of 21. As a senior at LSU, I still worry about his day-to-day travels, constantly think about his drive to campus, running errands or going out with his friends or his girlfriend, Allie. I worry about him coming home late from football practice or the long nights he has on Saturdays in the fall. I worry about him when he travels out of town for away games. I was robbed by Adam Comeaux, some of the normal things that a dad should feel as a father. Now, we're gonna have a little history lesson. In April of 1982, at the age of 14 and a half years old, I repeat, 14 and a half years old, age when most boys are having fun in school, playing sports, and having crushes on girls, Adam Comeaux was busy beginning his life of horrible crimes, breaking into a woman's home in St. Landry Parish and attempting to rape her, to being sent to Hot Springs, Arkansas, to a job force center, where 3 years later, in 1985, he left without permission on August 23rd and returned the next day after he was busy murdering an 83-year-old woman, which to this day has not been held accountable for, nor has he spent 1 minute in jail for. Then 7 days later, leaving again without permission and taking a bus to Alexandria, Louisiana, where later that evening he proceeded to beat to death and raping both hands. This crime was so horrific that in January of 1986, he was given 2 death sentences. And that decision was again upheld in June of 1993. I find it absolutely unbelievable and socially unacceptable that we went from that sentence to where we are today. My concern is this: we're not talking about a person that is in his 80s or 90s. We are here today to contemplate the release of this broken animal back into society at the young age of 56. Adam Comeaux is still very capable of repeating this nightmare on someone else. When he was arrested after killing and raping my aunts, he was asked why he did it. His answer was, and I quote, "I needed a woman." I can only imagine how he feels now. There are many elderly women in their 60s, 70s, and older that could very much be his next victim. I get sick thinking of another family being sentenced to the same prison that I have been sentenced to all these years. Now I realize I've been long-winded, but since this day is unfortunately upon us, I want to make it perfectly clear how important my feelings are and how determined I am to see to it that Adam Comeaux spends the rest of his life on bars, and that I will be the one that keeps you there. I hold in my hand the rosary that my father gave me at my aunt's funeral, which was my Aunt Iris. She had in her hand when they found her, and it was given to me at the funeral. I've had it all these years. And to be a little more graphic, when I first got this, it had red stains. They have worn off. My anger toward this animal has not. Nor will it have. Again, I want to thank the board.
Thank you very much. Next, we're gonna have the Rapides Parish Sheriff, Mark Wood. Thanks for coming.
Thank y'all for allowing me to come to this. When this happened, I wasn't leaving them all.
But after this came up and it surfaced, and I done my reading and look back over the case that I've seen, he can't get out. I think he opposed it. I think what he received in the early 2000s shouldn't have got it. But he was given a life sentence. He ought to be blessed with that and do the rest of his time where he's at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have District Attorney Philip Terrell. That beats Barry.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for listening to Kevin Boswell. This has been a terrible journey to Boswell. And I appreciate so much y'all indulging this morning. This is the first time that the Boswell family's ever heard Adam Comeaux take any responsibility in the murdering, rape of a group, and murdering, raping, the murdering of the guy. He's never said he's sorry for murdering Kenamora and raping her up in Arkansas. Never said he's sorry for breaking in and attempting to rape the two ladies back when he was 14 and 15 in St. Landry Parish and in Lake Charles. Adam Comeaux attempted aggravated rape of a woman in Arnoldville, Louisiana. He was arrested and sent to the Department of Corrections by the 27th JDC the day before 1982. He was sent to the Juvenile Reception Diagnostic Center for evaluation purposes. And he ended up at some point at Hilltop Boys Home in Bossier Parish. And he was there from October the 13th of 1982 until June the 26th of 1985. At some point, that attempted rape didn't work out well because the lady he attempted rape when he was 14 was physically fit, and a little boy, her little child, and I know y'all read the records, I just want to go over these parts briefly because they stick out in my mind. A little child came in screaming and that scared him off. And the second time he tried it was when he was 15. Somehow he ended up in Lake Charles for something. And as I understood what I read, he tried to break in a house and he had a knife. Another younger lady that had, I think it was Dudley, and her 10-year-old boy responded. He had a knife and he chasing Mr. Comeaux around, and Miss Dudley was able to kick Mr. Comeaux in the groin, and I think the 10-year-old boy or somebody was able to call 911, and it resulted in Mr. Comeaux cowardly running toward the bus station and was locked in the bathroom, I think, by a porter and the police called. And so he ends up back in the juvenile facility, and I think that I know y'all are probably way more familiar with the juvenile records than me. I tried to read them as best I could. But at some point, as I understood his records, he was troubled and was trouble to the juvenile people. And then at some point, by the time when he went home, his family had trouble controlling him. When he was on leave, he would have encounters with police. I think maybe he was a suspect in some robberies, or maybe he committed a robbery. But in any event, after he got to be 17 and a half, he gets shipped off the Job Corps up in Arkansas. And clearly it was noteworthy that the people at the Job Corps said that he threatened to kill other residents of the Job Corps, and he threatened to kill staff, and that he was the #1 problem in the whole Job Corps. And that and certainly at some point, and later on, he confessed to murdering the lady and raping her in Arkansas. So we know for sure that he did that. For whatever reason, he was never prosecuted in Arkansas. That's not our fault. We didn't do that. For whatever reason, that didn't. So we know that he did that because he said it. And so Right after that, he hops the bus and comes to Alexandria, Louisiana. And when he gets here, we know that he murders and rapes Miss Ruby, and we know that he murders Miss Howard. So what do we know about him? Well, we know that a Rapides Parish jury convicted him of 2 first-degree murders and 1 aggravated rape. We know that they sentenced him to death. And we know that, that those, from reading the transcripts and the coroner's reports, and from looking at the testimony at trial, we know that those were very, very heinous crimes. We know that they were terrible. We know that those ladies suffered, and from reading what I could read, the Arkansas crime is pretty simple. And from reading the reports about what happened to the ladies in Arnoville and in Lake Charles, it was a developing modus operandi. You get the ladies, try to hit them in the head, chase them with knives, what you got, folks, is a predator. And if a person will break in to a home because, in his words, he wants a woman, and when he encounters a 72-year-old woman and hits her in the head, I think 3 times, if I recall correctly, I believe what he said, because I'm a woman, I'm gonna hit her in the head 3 times and then attempt to rape her. But I couldn't get it in the fat one because she was genetically, her genitals were genetically deformed from birth, and she was not ever able to have children. And she was Kevin's godmother because she was never married, never had children. And when he raped and murdered, he beat Aunt Ruby to death almost before he raped her. And then he stabbed her with a crucifix off the wall. That's enough for me. Looks to me like that this is a case that the death penalty was designed for, but Supreme Court different, from my opinion. So now, Miller Montgomery comes along, and a different opinion from mine. So the law of the land is the law of the land. But the law of the state of Louisiana gives the Pardon and Parole Board the ability to render justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here asking y'all to deliver justice. Thank you so much for listening to us. I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This case has been assigned to Ms. Renatza to be the lead on, so we will let her ask any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Comeaux.
How you doing?
All
Good
right.
morning.
Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. So we've heard all this testimony this morning, Mr. Comeaux, and I agree that I've read through the record that was provided to us. It's almost 300 pages, and it's quite disturbing. But I'd like to talk to you some about what you've been doing since you've been in prison. How old are you, sir?
I'm 56 years old.
And so how many years have you served in jail?
I can't hear what you say.
How long you been in jail? How many years?
39 years.
39 years. And so, Mr. Comeaux, tell us, what is your job? What do you do?
Sew. I'm a sewer. I sew shoulder.
You work in a
so-
garment factory?
Yeah, in the garment factory.
So what kind of programs have you taken, rehabilitative programs?
I took a lot of them. Thank you for a change. Thank you for a change in
Let me
thank you
help you
for
out. let me help you out. I see that you did the 100-hour pre-release.
Right,
Did Living in Balance, which is
Right.
substance abuse. You've done an anger management program.
yes, ma'am,
And then you mentioned Thinking for Change.
yes, ma'am.
And what I noticed that was missing from all of that, you've not had any sex offender treatment.
No,
You've not done any victim awareness training.
yeah, I'm in that now.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. What is your, Warden Ambo explained to us about your education. So if
Yeah,
you were able to speak to the victim's family and you heard them speak today, what is it that you would say to them?
If I have opportunity to speak to the victim family, but I can't take back what I done to I can't replace what I done to the victim family. And by that, like I said, I'm taking full responsibility for what I did for the victim family, you know, and I got remorse and hoping they forgive me for what I did.
Let me just say for the record that we did, Warden Ambo did mention he has a low tiger, which is a risk assessment tool, low tiger score. We also had prepared Static 99, which is a risk assessment tool specifically for male sex offenders. And Mr. Comeaux scored above average risk to reoffend in the moderate to high risk scale. So I don't have any other questions of Mr. Comeaux. I think he's doing well where he is in a controlled environment. And I think he got a good break back when that he's no longer sentenced to death and that he does have parole eligibility. That's all I have.
Stapleton, you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to add for Kevin, his first letter that I read, and we all read. He said he didn't want to have to leave anything out. And the one thing he apparently had to leave out was the morning that they were all told. And for me, that was poignant and what a victim goes through when they find out it's the worst day of their life. And this is what happened. Prior to September the 1st, 1985, I lived a very normal life, full of fun and laughter and not many worries in the world, as most 25-year-olds should do. But every day since that day, it has been anything but normal for me. I was visiting my grandparents in Simsport, Louisiana, from New Orleans with my father. Around noon that Sunday, my grandparents' phone rang. My father answered it, and to this day, I can still remember the silence and the blank stare that my father was giving me while he was talking on the phone. My grandma and grandpa were also looking at their son, wondering what was on the other end of the line. My father hung up and looked at his father and said, "Daddy, Ida and Ruby were murdered last night." His two little sisters were gone. And to this day, I can remember my grandfather, who I believe was the strongest, hardest working man and farmer I had ever laid my eyes on, crying and weeping. And all I could do was hug the man that hugged me all my life when I got hurt or got scolded for doing something stupid, some things that kids do. Soon after that, my cousin and I had to drive to the farm where her father, my Uncle Lamar, was harvesting soybeans. And as he saw his daughter Janet and I approach the combine, he immediately knew something was very wrong. When we informed him that his two sisters were murdered, that tough, hard man fell to his knees and sobbed in his daughter's arms uncontrollably. His two sisters were gone. I was a young 25-year-old man then, and now I stand before you, an old man of 64, and I have been reliving that horrific event from that day forward until today, and I'm sure that I will until I'm gone. So, it's important for you to hear that. I don't have any questions. I think everything's been covered.
I have one question for you, Mr. Comeaux. Looking at your programs and things you completed, one thing is in there is a 12-week preparatory program for pardon and parole hearing. And I haven't seen that before. And I was just wondering, what was that program like and what did you get out of it?
Or what you mean?
In your file, it says that you completed a 12-week preparatory program for pardon and parole hearings, like preparing you for this hearing.
Yeah,
And I would like to know what you got out of that and what was it about? What was the topic?
yeah, it teach you about how you prepare yourself for the parole and stuff like that, and get your thought ready before you speak for the parole board. You understand?
Yes, sir. All right. That's all the questions I had. I guess the board is now ready to vote. Ms. Renata, you're the lead. You will vote first.
I will, thank you. Mr. Comeaux, I've already told you my concerns.
Mhm.
I'm really glad that you're doing well where you are. You're a Class A trustee. You seem to be doing well on your job. You got a good conduct record, but I think as has been said already today, you're still a young man. And I'm concerned, I'm just not ready to give you a shot today. My vote today is going to be to deny your parole based on the very strong opposition and the above average risk to reoffend.
All right.
Ms. Stapleton?
Mine is the same as Mrs. Renata. The static 99, which is above average to reoffend. Your threat to public safety, and strong law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mhm.
Mr. Como, I'm going to concur with both of my colleagues and vote the same way for the same reasons. So today, your parole has been denied.
Okay.
This concludes our business in your case today. Thank you.
All right.
All right, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, sir. All right. We will be resuming our parole hearings at 9:57 a.m. at Louisiana State Penitentiary. And today we're dealing with Mr. Raymond Austin. Would you please introduce yourself by stating your full name and your DOC number for the record?
My name is Raymond Austin. My number is 99963.
All right. I'm gonna give you a brief explanation of the process. Okay. I'll give you a brief explanation of the process and then we'll begin your hearing. I'm gonna read some information about you into the record and we'll get you to verify. You'll be allowed to speak. Your attorney will be allowed to speak. We'll have public comments from your supporters, if any. We'll have limited to 3. We'll have opposition. And then Ms. Stapleton, who's assigned your case, will begin the interview and we'll all ask questions. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Raymond Austin, DOC number 9963, who's a 3rd felony offender who was convicted of simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling, habitual offender, and armed robbery on August 25th, 2010, and on July 28th, 1993, and received sentences of life and 25 years. Revoked, one of them was revoked on 8/25/10 in East Baton Rouge Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 3/4/23. You're not eligible for good time, and your full-time date would be life sentence. So information sounds correct to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the first question goes to you. Can you tell us why you think you will be a good candidate for parole release and give us a little information about what you've learned and what's happened while you're in jail?
Well, first of all, let me start there. I slur when I answer questions, so I'm pretty much go to the point that I did 16 years in prison, and I pretty much laid up there and did the work and stuff to go and excuse me. But over the 16 years that I've been in jail, I haven't never got in no trouble. I've been a noble prisoner. And that's it.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All right. I understand you have an attorney.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Caitlin Newswanger? Did I get it
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and tell us what you have to say.
Okay, yes, my name is Caitlin Newswanger with the Innocence Project of New Orleans. If possible, I would like to reserve some time at the end of Mr. Austin's parole interview to make some remarks given the extent of his disability and to clarify some things that might come up during the interview, if that's possible.
All right, if you promise me to make it brief at the end.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. So how about the facility staff there? Any comments or concerns about Mr. Austin that you want to share with us?
Okay, Mr. Austin is a minimum C assigned, a trustee assigned to Ashford to work as a janitor and a cleaner. He does have healthcare audited training that he received in 2017. He took anger management 100 hours and his tiger is low. His last DB report was a 4 and a 22, and that was on 10/20/20, 2001, I'm sorry. As far as education, Mr. Raymond took the E-level TABE test on 6/17/24. He registered scores enough to, enroll in literacy. So he's in a literacy program now as of 7/2/24. That's it.
All right. All right. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Today we have in support Lily Cooper with the Innocent Project, who will not be speaking. We have Nicholas Austin, a nephew, who will not be speaking. We have Brittany Austin, a niece, who will speak. We have Patricia Austin, a family member, who will not be speaking. We have Tiffany Austin, family member, who's in support but will not be speaking. We have Ashley Austin, a daughter, who's in support and will be speaking. We have Sheila Austin, a sister, who's in support and will not be speaking. And Lona Austin, a sister, who's in support and will be speaking. So let's begin with Brittany Austin.
You can stay right
You
there.
can stay right there.
Stay right here.
You don't have to
Oh,
stand up.
Yeah.
Just talk loud.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, my name is Brittany Austin. I'm Raymond's niece. My uncle and I have built a close relationship between my high school years and early college year before his arrest. Just because we lived close by each other. If he was released, he will be coming to live with me. I'm a homeowner, been a homeowner for 11 years, 5 months. I live in Praireville, Louisiana, in Ascension Parish. He would have his own space, room, bathroom. I think a great option for him to come to me because I am a nurse. I've been a nurse for 14 years. I finished my master's degree and will be testing to become a nurse practitioner. So I'm able to help him with his medical needs. I graduated 2010. There are 3 emergency rooms in my area, 1 major hospital, Our Lady of Lake Ascension. And I just pray that you find it in your heart to release him on parole. He has been diagnosed with multiple debilitating diseases. And he has family who's just ready to provide for him and do what we need to do to make sure he's taken care of.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next, we'll have Miss Ashley Austin. You can go ahead and speak.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Austin, and I would like to take the next few minutes to offer words in support of my father, Raymond Austin. I am a high school teacher at Collegiate Baton Rouge, and I do have some of the necessary tools to build my father back into society. But also, my father went to prison for life when I was 16 years old. Even despite the barriers of incarceration, he always prioritized our relationship and made sure to stay in touch with me. My father is deeply kind, patient, and has an unwavering sense of responsibility. He has stayed connected to all his family members and has continued to offer advice and guidance, even from prison. Even while physically absent, he is a source of strength for our family. I have never been proud of the crimes my father committed. While I realize he acted out of desperation to provide for his siblings, I can't excuse what he did. However, as his daughter, I can say that I am certain that my father has learned that his past actions only took him away from his family. He has expressed remorse and knows that his incarceration has also affected the people he loves most. He has maintained impeccable record while in prison and firmly committed to being a law-abiding citizen in the free world. He desperately wants to be able to be present in his loved one's lives. He is heartbroken to have missed spending time with his 3 grandsons, and they often talk about what it would be like to get to see their grandfather free. My father has experienced health problems while in prison. The father I knew years ago was physically different today. Is physically different today. His stroke has made it difficult for him to talk, and Parkinson's disease has severely limited his mobility. It has been painful for me to watch as he will not be capable of the actions that led to his incarceration. If released from prison, my father is both committed to and physically unable to do anything other than live a quiet retirement life surrounded by his loving family members. Granting my father parole will allow him to access the health care he requires and return to his family as a mentor. I hope that you will allow my father a second chance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Patricia Austin.
Lona. It's Lona. Yeah,
Okay, Lorna.
go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lona Austin. I am Raymond Austin's sister. I would like to tell you a little bit about my brother. The kind of person my brother is, when we were little kids, he had a job to take care of his younger siblings. When our mother passed away, our father did what he thought he was supposed to do, and that wasn't much. So Raymond stepped up and took care of his younger, as a big brother, took care of his younger sister. He has always been there for me and my family. I am a single mother and a mother of a special needs autistic person. Raymond would watch my kids for me to give me a break. Raymond is also a loving father to his daughter and was present in her life throughout his time at home and in prison. I know he has remorse for the things he has done. We talked about the poor choices he made and how this has hurt our family. He has told me he wish he could go back and choose a different path. He talks about his work at the hospital and how he helps those who are sick and ailing. To me, that sounds like the big brother I knew, always taking care of others. When we were kids, he always took care of his younger siblings, and now that he's aging himself, he looks so different now. It is shocking to me to see him the way I see him. It makes me sad. The poor help that my brother is in as a younger sibling, I wish I could have the time to give back to him what he gave to me. My wish is to take care of him. Thank you for listening to me and considering my brother Raymond's early release. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tracy Barbara with the District Attorney's Office who would like to speak.
Good morning. Thank you. I apologize for my tardy arrival. As we represented in our comment, we are aware of certain here. I realize that the man who sits before you, who committed this crime past.
Could you try speaking up just a little bit? We hardly hearing you. Well, I don't think it's we don't hear you at all now.
So what?
Okay, try that. Try that.
Is that better?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Okay. I guess I can scream, but I don't want to be
Hear you now.
yelling at you. Good
Okay.
morning. I apologize for my tardy arrival, rushing around, juggling multiple things this morning. As I said in our comment for the pre-parole investigation, we are aware of Mr. Austin's past, and as you know, you've reviewed the record. I believe Ms. Stapleton, your case. I mean, the facts are, they speak for themselves. What Mr. Lipsy and others went through was just terrible. And I realize that the Raymond Austin who's sitting before you this morning is not physically the same individual who committed these robberies in the past. It is just very difficult for us as a prosecuting agency not to oppose early release for an individual who was given opportunity at release in the past and then reoffended. I don't envy the position the board members are in Austin's medical situations. I know that you will make the right decision. You know, our only hope, as I stated, is if you do decide that nothing happens, that you just heart, I just think he has served enough time for these offenses. And I defer to Mr. Lipsy if he is going to speak with y'all this morning as to our final position.
All right, Mr. Lipsy will speak? Oh,
I don't know.
okay. No, he's indicated this morning he doesn't want to speak. And I think their previous letter said just leave it up to us.
Yes, and I have to respect Mr. Lipsy's position. I respect the position of the board. And as I said, I know y'all will make the right decision.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That being said, the record reflects that we do have law enforcement opposition from the sheriff's office due to the habitual offender status and the chief of police due to the lack of times. So your case has been assigned to Ms. Stapleton, who's going to cast the first vote and begin the interviews. Stapleton?
Okay, I'm ready. Let's see. Where's Mr. Austin at? Mr. Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna begin your interview. I do see that you are doing several programs. I know that, you know, your family behind you, we're talking about that you helped out in the hospital and everything like that. But I see you have a walker and everything. It's kind of hard for you. I don't know that he would be able to do that type of stuff right now. It looks like you may be disabled now. Is that what's going on?
Pretty much.
Pretty much disabled?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, let's start there. You know, you're disabled. I think you'd have a hard time. You clearly have a hard time walking. And but you passed. We brought you here today. In 82, you had 17 counts of simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling. So your extensive criminal history starts really early. And then you have a lot of where you were given good time parole, and then you violated that, and you committed another burglary act. And then in 92, you had the 2 counts of armed robbery, which you pled guilty to. And that gave you the 25 years of, I think, if I have it right, gave you the 25 years of hard labor. Then it seems like you got off of that on parole. Am I correct? Can you remember? Because then in 2010, there was a simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling, and that got you charged with habitual offender. That seems like that's the past, if that sounds correct to you. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we got that. And so that looks like that was the criminal history that led you here to where we are today, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm going to go to now is a couple of the victims. I'm sure you want to hear how this affected their life. Am I correct there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We had the first victim in 2008, and he wrote a letter, you know, in 2010, and he said that he didn't think he could recover for his sense of feeling completely safe in his home at the time, and that his family continues to worry about the accused putting someone else through this, and that if that would happen, the homeowner that offense. He didn't want that to happen. He stated that he feels the accused needs to be put away for as long as he's able to steal. That was his statement. And if you were still able to steal, you should get the life sentence. He also indicated that your actions not only affected him and his family, but his neighbors as well. He has left an entire neighborhood with a feeling of insecurity and vulnerability. So that's what that crime did to a person. And then we get to the next person. And seems like your nickname was the Ninja Burglar. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was. Okay. So this happened on December 13th, 1991. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read some things. They entered their home. This couple entered their home, and the wife was grabbed from behind by an arm, and her head and mouth, and a gun was put to her temple, and said, "If you say a word, I'm going to blow your blank head off." Her husband came down the hallway to see what was going, and you screamed at them to go into the bedroom and lay spread eagle on the floor. The room was completely ransacked. The attacker commanded the wife to open the big gun safe in the closet and for the husband to stay on the floor. By the grace of God, I was able to open the safe without my glasses. During all this time, my survival mode must have kicked in as he screamed louder and cursed louder and louder. I said softly several times, "I am not going to look at you, sir," as I held my hands up in a surrender mode. He demanded that I throw all jewelry and cash in a bag he threw down at my feet. I did as I was told without objecting and saying, "Yes, sir." I asked if he wanted the guns in the safe, and he said no, just all the jewelry and cash. He then made us march. Then he marched both of us to the bathroom and made us lay down in the bathtub, and he turned the light out. My husband and I said goodbye to each other as we were sure we were going to be shot dead. So you can imagine the terror that they suffered. You were arrested later for this crime because of surveillance by the sheriff's office. And they gave their testimony for the whole terrifying event. And it seems like you turned state's evidence or something on Clyde. That was your co-defendant. He got 50 years. Yes,
ma'am.
you got 20 years. They don't have any major objection to your pardon if we're confident that pardoning you will not make you a threat to society. I don't have any more questions. I just wanted you to know how the victims felt.
Question?
Mr. Austin, can you tell us in just a few words, why were you breaking into all these houses? Why were you doing all that?
I had to pay my bills and stuff like that.
Do you have a job?
And didn't have a job. I got laid off and couldn't find a job after that.
What kind of job did you have?
Huh?
When you were working, what kind of job did you have?
I was a sous chef at Holiday Retirement Home.
Okay, that's all right.
We're going to executive session. I'd like to go into executive session. Please.
Call the roll? Yes.
Sharon Malcolm?
Yes.
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 All right. We are ready to vote. We're gonna let Ms. Stick, oh, sorry. We got an attorney to give her last say, so sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. And I really appreciate the opportunity to close out for you all. And so I'll just introduce myself again. My name is Caitlin Newswanger. I'm a staff attorney with Innocence Project New Orleans. I wanted to just start off to clarify things, as I said I would like to do. I wanted to make sure that it was clear, Mr. Austin is currently serving a life sentence as a habitual offender, but he's serving it for an instant conviction of simple burglary. He was at the time on supervision for the armed robbery and the simple burglary from 1993, and so he was backing up that time when he committed this. But I just wanted to make sure that there was some sort of delineation between the two. Obviously, that does not make it any better, but I just wanted to make that distinction. And also wanted to clarify that since Mr. Austin has been incarcerated on this instant conviction, he has had no write-ups. His write-up in 2001 was actually from his prior incarceration. So he has been here at Angola since 2011, I believe, or 10. And so in that time, he has not had any write-ups. And I don't think I need to stress the importance of that. Just wanted to reiterate again that Mr. Austin is clearly a very different person than he was at the time of sentencing, both mentally and physically. He has maintained a low risk score since 2016. He is a trustee and he has had no write-ups. So he is clearly somebody now that you can trust, and he shows this trustworthiness also in his former position working at the hospital before his illness, before he succumbed to the symptoms of his illness. He was working and entrusted to care for other people at the hospital who were in geriatric and hospice care. His supervisor has written very nice remarks about him, that he's always pleasant and conducts himself in a professional manner. And this job was just a natural extension of Mr. Austin's personality trait as somebody who's compassionate and caring for others. And his supervisor also wrote that the job that he was working for almost a decade as a nurse's aide was very demanding and required a lot of compassion. And I know I said I would be brief, and I want to reiterate that the 1991 armed robbery, he was charged as a principal to that. He was in fact not in the house, which is reflected in the police law enforcement documents. Mr. Austin went to the house originally. He told his roommate, Clyde Lynch, that there was a safe in the house. He couldn't open it. He drove Clyde Lynch to the house, and that is when Clyde Lynch went into the house, and he is the one his roommate was the one who in fact robbed these people. Mr. Austin, not to take away again from the fact that he did tell his roommate where the safe was, but Mr. Austin was not in fact in the car. So I'm sorry, not in the home, he was in the car. Mr. Austin has, had some time to reflect on his crimes and reflect on his past, and he's made space to really recognize the victims that he has created. He has expressed remorse, which you can see from his victim accountability letter, and he really regrets, making victims out of families when he himself considered himself such a family man. And I just want to emphasize that Mr. Austin has a very strong reentry plan that is tailored to his medical needs. He's going to go live with his niece, Brittany, who lives in Prairieville. She's an experienced hospice nurse, and she can help him, tend to his medications and some of his special needs that he's going to have coming up as he continues to age and his disease progresses. And he's also going to have the support of Innocence Project New Orleans Client Services Division, who will support him in perpetuity if he's granted release. And we have already started working on a plan to get him into an assisted living facility in the long term. And so I just wanted to ask that this board consider Mr. Austin's low risk score, trustee status, trustworthiness, and the 0 write-ups he's had in these past 16 years, and of course his deteriorating medical condition, and that you grant his parole. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that would finish it up. Ms. Stapleton, you are assigned the case. Would you give us your vote?
Yes, I sure will. And yes, I was glad to have that cleared up. That is a big deal, who held the victims at gunpoint. So that's important to know that it was the other man and that you didn't do that. I'm glad to have that cleared up. So that's important. Also, you don't have any victim opposition today. Their main opposition in the beginning was if you were going to be able to perpetrate a crime like this on other people, and obviously you cannot. There is law enforcement opposition from the sheriff's office and the chief of police, but that was before we had the interview today. So, myself personally, I can see, I don't believe you pose a public threat or a public safety threat to anyone. You also have an excellent support system. And that's good. I'm glad to see that. A lot of people don't have that. So my vote is going to be to grant you parole, but it's conditional. Before you leave, I would like to see you complete the victim awareness class. So that would be my condition. Before you leave, get the victim awareness class and then grant parole.
Mr. Natson?
Mr. Austin, I do concur with Ms. Stapleton. My vote is the same for the same reasons.
And I concur with my colleagues and vote the same for the same reasons. Today, your parole has been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, can you hear us?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
All right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 17th. The time is 10:52. We're resuming at Louisiana State Penitentiary, and we have Mr. Donovan Johnson in front of us. Can you please give us your full name and your DOC number for the record?
Donovan Johnson, 389304.
All right. I'm gonna give you a brief explanation of the process and then we'll begin. First, I'll read some information to you and ask you to verify it. Then you'll be allowed to speak. Your attorney will be allowed to speak. We'll take public comments from 3 of your supporters. Then we'll take comments from 3 in opposition. And then I'm assigned your case, so I will be the first one to question and do the first vote. So let's begin. Today we have before us for parole consideration Donovan Johnson, DOC number 389304, who's a first felony offender who was convicted of second-degree murder. And on February 19th, 1998, was sentenced to serve a life sentence without the benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. And later on 12/13/23, was commuted to 99 years, giving you a parole eligibility date of August 1st, sorry about that, 2021, a good time date of April 24th, 2045, and a full term date of April 22nd, 2095. Sounds correct to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we would like for you to tell us, a little bit about yourself, a little bit about why you think you should be released today, why you think you'd be a good candidate for parole. And so we'll give you a few minutes to tell us about that. Why do you think it would be a good idea for us to release you?
When I came, first, I'd like to apologize and say I'm sorry for the crime I committed and to thank y'all for having me on the board. I was young when I came to Angola. I done served right at 29 years. I've been locked up all my 20s, all my 30s, and majority of my 40s. I'm asking y'all to have mercy and give me a second chance on life. I was young when I came. I developed to be a man now. I'm a different person from when I did come. I learned a lot. Like I said, I'm sorry. I'm just asking for forgiveness and to give me a second chance to be a man.
Ms. Hogan, will you speak?
Good morning, Mr. Barra and other members of the board, Ms. Stapleton and Ms. Renatza. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on Mr. Johnson's behalf. In reviewing Mr. Johnson's record, several things stand out. People serve incarceration in different ways. Mr. Johnson had learning disabilities early in his life. So while he's not somebody that has amassed a portfolio full of GEDs and higher education degrees, Mr. Johnson has really served his time in different ways by being a public servant to other people and to the institution itself. In 29 years, Mr. Johnson has had only 13 write-ups. He's been a Class A trustee without interruption for the past 11 years. It's been 11 years since he had a write-up. As noted by the former board during his clemency hearing, he has several certificates of accolade in his portfolio commemorating him for cooking, for providing service and cooking for Camp F and for Death Row. That is his job. It's also his passion, is to feed other people. He was previous to that, he worked as a tier walker, where he uplifted men who were incarcerated in the cell blocks, gave them hope, stopped people from committing suicide. In addition to his current position as a cook at Camp F, Mr. Johnson also does anything that is asked of him. So for the past year, he has had a volunteer position, a second full-time job, essentially, as the Camp F Sally Port orderly. As indicated, Mr. Johnson is a first offender. He has a low risk of recidivism. He And he has also addressed the issues which brought him to prison. Mr. Johnson was a father at a very young age. He had his first daughter when he was 15, and his second daughter when he was 17. And throughout his incarceration, what led Mr. Johnson to prison was his life selling drugs, which he has addressed and earned and learned skills throughout the past 29 years. He is a woodworker, and he uses his skills as a hobby in hobbycraft, not just to earn proceeds for himself. He supports his family from prison. He recently paid for his oldest grandson's driving test. He also donates proceeds from his hobbycrafts to St. Vincent de Paul and other charitable organizations. Anything that is ever asked of him, he does, and he does it with joy, because that's who he is. That he is really a changed individual. And also, I would like to note that at his clemency hearing, which was last year, the board noted concern that Mr. Johnson hadn't done a programming the same day Mr. Johnson went back to Camp F and enrolled in any program that he could. So since his clemency hearing, he completed a 14-week living in balance substance abuse course, and he also completed the Tabuku program, which is approximately 12 weeks or 8 weeks, I believe. So he has taken classes as available, and he also just continues to serve in any capacity that is asked of him. So Mr. Johnson also has overwhelming family support. In the past 29 years, he has been visited regularly by his daughters and siblings and family members. And if he is granted release, he has the full support of the Louisiana Parole Project. He will be living with his sister, and he also has long-term, after the Parole Project, he'll be living with his sister, and he has long-term employment opportunities with Cato Construction, and also making cabinets, which will utilize his woodworking skills. So for all of these reasons, Mr. Johnson presents as an excellent candidate for release. He has demonstrated remorse as well. And so we would ask this board to grant his release on parole today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I would like to get the facility staff to give us a little information about him.
Yes, sir. Everything that Ms. Hogan said is true. In addition to that, he has taken victim awareness, anger management, T4C, and 100 hours, and his titer is low. Mr. Johnson has received numerous accolades for his humanitarian service. He works well with Camp F, and they gave him an award for displaying his good work ethics, organization, and charitable welfare by helping community and displaying supportive attitude. Not only did that, he received a certificate of recognition of appreciation because we had the juveniles up at the reception center for a while. He cleaned and got it ready for use, for those to use. And just recently, we had to house some Madison Parish offenders that did a riot at Madison Parish. And he was one of the offenders that went up there and got it cleaned and ready for those guys to stay up there. So he does a lot of work here at the institution to help it run and keep it going, especially when we have the floods and COVID and everything like that. So I just want to say that I believe that Mr. Johnson is ready to make a successful reentry back into society and become a taxpaying citizen.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Mr. Kerry Myers with the Parole Project.
Good morning, and thank you, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We've been working with Mr. Johnson since his clemency hearing. And one of the things that stood out to us, and it's been said multiple times already today, is his community service. To us, that speaks volumes about his character. The other thing that speaks volumes about his character, while Mr. Johnson is here and was convicted of second-degree murder originally, he has no violence in his record since he's been incarcerated. He is a first offender. That also speaks a lot to us as we look at him. We're prepared to house him and through transitional housing, provide him a case manager. He will go through our entire programming courses. He'll get the assistance after someone who served the amount of time that he's served He'll get the assistance of a coach. He'll have the ability to go through financial planning, social norms, and so many other skills. He'll get an evaluation by our social worker on any needs he might have. And he will be in long-term in Baton Rouge. So he'll also have our, we'll also be very close to him. We'll also be, there to continue supporting. My program does case manage, minimum of 1 year. Mr. Donovan will be certainly in our orbit, and we'll be able to assist him throughout his transition. So just ask this board today to consider those factors and grant his release today.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Ms. Trinicle Johnson, sister, to speak.
Yes, thank you, sir. On behalf of me and my family, I also want to apologize to the victim and to the state of Louisiana for any harm that was done, and to let everyone know that our family is more than willing to continue supporting my brother. We have been here throughout his correctional stay. We will continue to support him. As a licensed social worker, I too am aware of what he's facing and what will be needed to make sure that he is ready to be on the street and to live a productive life as a citizen. We are a very close family. We're a very spiritual family. And we have had the opportunity to meet several of the folks here and talk about the things that would be needed to help him successfully succeed. And so I just want to thank y'all for the opportunity and to let everyone know that he does have tons of family and friends that are waiting to support him.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Deontay Seps, a daughter. Did I get that right?
Yes, that's correct. How y'all doing? First, I just want to apologize, Ms. Mark and my aunt, for any hurt that we had caused to the family, on behalf of our family and for my dad as well. I'm honestly just, ready for him to come home. I have seen a change throughout the years, these 29 years. Like he stated, he had me at 15 years old. So we actually grew together with him being in jail. And he still managed to have a relationship with us, the best type relationship. You would think that he was out on the streets with us, how our relationship has been over the years. I am the oldest, which I have a 17-year-old son and 11-year-old daughter. And I know that when he gets out, well, I hope that you guys will grant that for us, that he will be there for them to show them, the father that he really is. So again, I'm asking that you guys can grant that for us so that we can show you that he is the man that he's supposed to be. He has the family to support him. This is just a little tiny bit of us, but we have so much family that loves him, and we're ready to support him as well outside. Thank you.
All right. We also have several other people in support who will not be speaking. We have Joseph Landix on Zoom, a friend. We have Latoria Johnson, a niece, in support on Zoom. We have Kendra Samuel, cousin, in support on Zoom. We have Robin Melion, a cousin, in support on Zoom. We have Dominica Johnson, a daughter, in support at LSP. Tonette Johnson, a sister, in support at LSP. Whitney Johnson, a niece, in support at LSP. We have Donald Johnson's father, in support at LSP. And Brittany Johnson, a niece, in support at LSP. In opposition, we have the sheriff who's opposed, who commented that he was sentenced to a life sentence, and this is short of that. We have a DA who's opposed, who said he should serve more than 28 years for this type of a crime. And we have the chief of police who's opposed, and says not enough time served yet for this crime. This case has been assigned to me, so I'm gonna go ahead and begin the questioning. Mr. Johnson, tell us what happened that night. Give us the details, your version of what happened that night that ended up with Mr. Berthold being killed.
When it was a drug deal that went bad, I was reaching my hand to put the drug inside the car, and they grabbed my hand, and I reached and grabbed a gun, and I shot into the car one time, and they pulled off. And I think they drove to a Waffle House and called the police.
So you were selling the drug?
Yes, sir.
And they tried to take them out your hand?
Right.
Before they paid, obviously?
Yes, sir.
And you pulled out a gun and you said you shot one time?
I shot one time. I was charged, when I was arrested, I was charged with first-degree attempted murder and first-degree murder. And they dropped it down to second-degree murder, and they threw the attempt out, but one guy got shot in the hand. He put his hands up, and the bullet went through his hand and hit the passenger in the side.
So you shot one time and hit two people with the same bullet?
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize that. So you shot, the driver put his hand up, you shot the driver through the hand?
Yeah.
And then the other guy next door, and he's the one that got killed?
Yes, sir.
And over how much drugs we talking about?
$400 worth.
$400 worth of drugs. Okay. You can obviously tell from what I just read that there's a lot of opposition to this. So we have extremely strong opposition from the victim's family. We have very strong opposition from law enforcement who think that you haven't served enough time yet. What would you say to these people?
What would I say to them? That I'm sorry.
They telling us, you know,
That
not
I'm
served
sorry.
enough time, you know, they extremely opposed, the family's opposed, the law enforcement saying you didn't do enough time. What would you say to those guys, you know?
That I'm sorry for what I did. I'm not the same person I used to be. And you just give me a second chance and you'll see that I'm a different person now. I'm just asking for us to have mercy on me and give me a second chance. I'm not the same person anymore. I've spent more time in Angola than I did on the streets. I grew up to be a man, matured to be a full-grown man.
All right. Well, looking at your record, I do commend you as being a true first offender. You just picked a hell of a charge to commit for your first offense. And I commend you on your behavior there, which the warden has talked about as being good. But that's all the questions I had for you. Ms. Stapleton, you got anything?
No, I don't. I think you covered it.
Mr. Nelson? Okay. With no more questions, I guess it's time to begin the vote. And since I was the lead, I would vote first. So, like I told you, there's a lot of opposition to this from law enforcement and victim's family that doesn't think you've served enough time yet on a life sentence for that type of crime. And I'm in agreement with that. Although you are doing well, you haven't served enough time for this charge. So what I would vote to deny your parole today, but I would encourage you to continue doing exactly what you're doing and keep that good record with no violations, take a few more classes, anything to do with a victim and taking responsibility for your crime, and reapply as soon as you can and come back again after you served a little bit more time. Maybe we'll get a different outcome. Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Barra.
Mr. Johnson, my vote's a little different than my colleagues. My vote would be to grant your parole after you complete the victim awareness program based on the same reasons that your clemency was granted, and that would be no minor or no past criminal record. You've got positive remarks there from the warden and at the time of your parole hearing, and you've done outstanding service to the institution and the good conduct record, good family support.
Thank you.
So what that means for you today is, means your parole's been denied today, but we think you're heading in the right direction. Apply again after you've done a little bit more time and taken some more classes, and we'll reconsider.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And then look, this video, I want them to see me, huh?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. We're gonna resume hearings at Louisiana State Penitentiary. The time now is 11:25. We have before the board Kevin Martin. Would you please introduce yourself, Mr. Martin, with your full name and your DOC number for the record?
Name's Kevin Martin, 330087, DOC number.
All right, and to give you a brief explanation of the process, and then we'll begin. Hearings. Somebody had something to say? No? Okay. First thing is to do, I'm gonna read some of the details of the case into the record and ask you to verify it. Then we'll give you a chance to speak. And if you have an attorney, we'll give your attorney a chance to speak. Then we'll take comments from 3 supporters max and 3 opposition. Then Ms. Renatz has assigned your case. She will begin the questioning.
What I gotta do?
Okay, first vote. First thing is, read some of the details of the case into the record and ask you to verify it. Then we'll give you a chance. Somebody's got YouTube on over there? Now the attorney will give your attorney a chance to speak. Then we'll take comments from. All right, thank you. So today we have for parole consideration, Kevin Martin, DOC number 330087, who's a 3rd felony offender who was convicted of armed robbery, 5 counts, charged as a habitual offender, and also had a conviction for possession of cocaine. And that on September 10th, 1999, was sentenced to serve 49.5 years each count, consecutive with each other, plus the 5 years, ending up with a total of 252 years total. But you're eligible for a parole hearing, parole date on 10/13/21. You have a good times date of 3/19/22/47 and a full term date of 6/23/22/50. Does that sound correct to you, Mr. Martin?
Yes, sir.
All right. So gonna open it up to you. We want to know, why do you think you would be a good candidate for parole? And why do you think we should release you at this time? So go ahead and tell us that.
Well, right now, still a lot of time, I think I'm fit to go back in society right now. My family miss me. They talking about how they love me and miss me every day. Miss them. I miss them like crazy too. Love my family. That's all. That's all I think about. I was young at the time, so really miss my family.
And that would be why you would be a good candidate. All right. Do you have an attorney there? We have an attorney for you? No attorney? Okay. So how about the staff there? Do y'all have any comments or give us a summary of his violations or his job work, anything like that you could share with us?
So Mr. Morton right now is medium custody. He assigned to Falcon 4 as a janitor cleaner. During his incarceration, he has had 69 DB reports, last report being on June 9th of 2023 for a Rule 1 and a Rule 3. He has a low tiger. Mr. Morton has not taken advantage of any of the programs that we have here, so I have no programs listed for him. And I think he would benefit greatly if he had some programs.
All right. Thank you very much for that. So today we have in opposition on Zoom, Miss Linda Winchester, who's a wife of the victim. How about Miss Winchester? Can we hear from her?
Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
how are y'all doing today?
All right.
Yeah. Yes. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think he deserves to be on the streets for what he done and who he took from me. He took a part of me. I was supposed to get married the next month, and he just destroyed my family.
He took notes. All right. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming and participating. We also have Miss Laura Winchester, who's a victim's sister-in-law. You can go ahead and speak.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to support my sister and my brother-in-law. He was a real nice guy and he didn't deserve that, innocent, which it was senseless of what happened. It wasn't that what he did, it was very senseless. And he did, this really took a part of our life, with the actions that he did over nothing. Over nothing.
Right. Thank you very much. We also have Albert Winchester, victim's brother-in-law.
Yes.
You go ahead and tell us what you have to say.
I really don't know what to say. All I know is that he shouldn't be released. Like my sister said, that he killed my brother for no reason at all, behind a dog. And then he shot him and then run off and come back and shot him 2 more times. So he didn't have no sympathy for him, and I don't have no sympathy for him. I don't think he should be paroled at all.
All right. Thank you very much. That was everybody we had that wanted to speak in opposition. We also do have some law enforcement opposition from the chief of police. So this case has been assigned to Ms. Renatza. We'll let her ask the first round of questions and cast the first vote.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, good morning.
Morning.
So, Mr. Martin, how long you been in jail?
Like 26 years, 26 years.
And so you're serving a 252-year sentence.
Yeah, robbery.
For 5 armed robbery. Right?
I never killed nobody. I'm in jail for robbery.
I'm going over that. I said you were serving a 252-year sentence for 5 counts of armed robbery. Is that right?
Robbery, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
these robberies, it seems, all 5 counts took place over about a 3-week period in 1999.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you do that? What was
Ma'am.
going on with you?
I only robbed one person, man, but they just must clear the books with the rest of the robbers, because I pleaded guilty of 1 robbery. When I got to Angola, I got a letter saying they bombed and they gave me some more on robberies. Like they put more robberies on me.
But so you will agree and admit to at least committing 1 armed robbery.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
was the weapon used?
What
was the weapon used?
It was a gun.
It was a gun.
Yeah.
And you had a prior offense prior to these in 1990. You were convicted of 5 counts. Prior to that, in 1993, you also had a simple robbery conviction.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on probation at the time this armed robbery occurred?
No, ma'am.
So you already completed that. What concerns me, Mr. Martin, you say you're ready to go home, you miss your family. Where's your family today? Nobody's here with you. Nobody's here. Nobody's on Zoom. Where are they?
This guy skirted out over the, some in Atlanta, some in Houston, some in,
Yeah. So do they know that you were coming up for a parole hearing today?
And my older sister do.
Okay, well, maybe she's watching us on YouTube. What you say you're ready, what have you done to prepare yourself for parole?
But I said, now myself, really, I've been going to school right now. In anger management and substance abuse right now. And I'm trying to get him 100 hours right now.
I see that, and I see somewhere that you asked to enroll in the HISET program too.
Ma'am.
My point is, why has it taken you 26 years to start doing that work?
Really? When I first got my rap, I thought I was gonna never go home, man. When I got all the time.
So you just recently learned that you had this opportunity?
Yes, ma'am.
Pretty recently. And I asked that question too, because I'm concerned about your conduct record. The warden has told us you've got 69 write-ups, but in the past 4 years, you've had 14. Generally, we will see when someone's facing a long-term sentence like what you have, there's an adjustment period in the beginning of their incarceration and then it tapers off, but it's only just started tapering off for you. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And I think the reason for that may be because you just learned that you might have an opportunity to go home, get parole. And okay, so in the last 4 years, you've had 14 write-ups for aggravated work offense. You've had 4 write-ups for contraband, but I'm excited to see that this year, 2024, you've had none. So I think I can see where you're trying to turn that corner and get yourself ready. And I want to commend you on that. But for me, I have to see a little more sustained, a longer period of time where I can see that you're willing to follow the rules before I can grant you to go home.
Yes, ma'am.
Saying that, I think you have some more work to do. So I'm not going to ask you any more questions, but I'm really pleased to see that you're starting that work.
Yes, ma'am.
Someone.
Thank you. Ms. Stapleton, you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
And I don't have any questions. So it's time to vote. Ms. Renata, would you please cast the first vote?
Yes, I will. Mr. Martin?
Yes, ma'am.
My vote today is going to be to deny your parole because I think you have some more work to do. And the warden there can help you, get in the programs that you need. I hope you can get in the high step program. And I know you're on backlog for, the living in balance in the 100 hours. So I'm glad to see you're headed in that direction. My vote, because as I said, I think you need a more sustained period, a longer period of time with no write-ups and more programs. And then I want you to reapply for another parole hearing when you're eligible. You start doing that work. Get yourself ready. Good luck to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stapleton, how did you vote?
I concur with Mr. Francis.
And I will concur with Renata also. You need to get some more programs, especially victim awareness programs and stuff like that. Get yourself ready to be released. You're not even ready to be released yet. You can apply after you get those programs, reapply after you get some programs. So today, your parole is denied, but try to get some programs and come back and see us.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. How you doing, Mr. Mosley? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Today's date is July 17th, 2024. We're resuming hearings at Louisiana State Penitentiary at 11:58. My name is Danny Barra. I'm serving as the chairman today. I have Ms. Renatza to my left and Ms. Stapleton to my right. Would you please introduce yourself and state your full name and your DOC number for the record?
Michael Mosley, 407419.
All right. We'll give you a brief explanation of the process and then we'll begin. We'll allow you to speak first and tell us what you have to say.
Okay.
And then we'll move on to people in support of you, and we'll allow 3 of them to speak. We'll go on to any opposition, and then Ms. Stapleton will begin the question.
Okay.
So today we have for parole consideration Michael Mosley, DOC number 407-419, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of armed robbery and sentenced to serve 99 years hard labor as a habitual offender. Your parole eligibility date is July 22nd, 22. Your good time date, not eligible for good time, and your full term date is 7/20/2101. That sounds correct to you, Mr. Mosley?
Yes, sir.
All right. So go ahead and tell us why do you think you would be a good candidate for parole, and why do you think we should go ahead and release you today? What's different? What's new? Let us know.
Well, my mindset that I had then to my mindset is now. I did a lot of thinking, and winning and decision making for better choices in my life now. Ready to move forward.
Go ahead, we listen.
I'm just ready to move forward, and get my life back and be the better person that I was now than I was.
Gotcha. All right. We're gonna go ahead and ask the facility warden if you have any comments or anything to talk about his behavior or his programming or anything like that down there.
Yes, sir. He has 33 total DB reports. His last report was 9/15/2022 for Rule 1. He's medium custody and he is assigned to Wolf 2 and works as a groundkeeper. He's in GED school and he's in victim awareness. He also have completed Moore Compass to PUCO, which is the only person you can cheat is you, the behavior management program, and Thank You for a Change. And that's all I have on him.
All right. We have several people in support. First, we're going to start off with Mr. Kerry Myers, who with the Louisiana Parole Project. Would you go ahead and tell us what you got, Mr. Myers?
Yes, Mr. Barra and Ms. Renatza and Ms. Stapleton, good afternoon now. We came to Mr. Mosley's assistance through the RAR program in the Orleans DA's office. Civil Rights Division asked us to screen Mr. Mosley because he was being considered as a candidate for the RAR program. However, his parole, because his parole date was imminent, they, I believe, deferred any action that they were going to be taking. And because we're a partner with the RAR program, we did approve Mr. Mosley for participation in our program. We looked at his totality. We spoke with the district attorney's office, and we feel that the Parole Project can absolutely help Mr. Mosley in his transition should this board grant his parole today.
Thank you very much. We also have an attorney for you who will speak. Her name is Amber Ramanakis. Did I get that right?
Romanauskas.
Okay, talk about that. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Mr. Mosley. I think he's an excellent candidate for parole. I have no doubt in my mind that he will be successful if granted this opportunity. Just to echo what Mr. Myers said, I first met Mr. Mosley when he was being considered for resentencing. I work for the Orleans Public Defenders, and we did put a joint petition with the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office in to have the multi-bill withdrawn on Mr. Mosley's case and to have him resentenced. But unfortunately, because the state was unable to complete their victim impact portion, which was just talking with the victim of the armed robbery, we were unable to get relief that way and decided instead to focus our attention on parole, since that seemed to be his best chance after several unsuccessful attempts to speak with the victim in this case. So I've gotten to know Mr. Mosley quite well over the past years, and I would again, that is why I believe he is a strong candidate for parole. He would be on parole likely for the rest of his life. I'm thrilled that he's been accepted into the transitional program with the Parole Project, because they have such a, as the board I'm sure is familiar with, has such a high success rate. Additionally, I think Mr. Mosley is a great candidate because he's completed a number of courses and certificates while at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. I did submit a memo yesterday with that information, and just to highlight it, he did recently receive trustee status. Mr. Mosley suffers from dyslexia, and I find it so impressive that he has tried again and again to pass his GED certification. He has never given up. That is something that he's been working on, and despite having a learning disability, he plans to keep trying. And I am excited, if he is released, that he might be able to work with someone who has the expertise that someone with dyslexia might need in obtaining that GED, because that is an accomplishment that he wants to achieve. And I think it's really impressive that he just hasn't given up. He's still trying, which is not common. I would also like to let the committee know that Mr. Mosley has served as the chief cook for Camp C for over the last 18 years. He cooks for over 3,000 people. And this is something that he loves. I've had the opportunity to get to know his family, especially his mother, Gwendolyn Smith, and his sister, Michelle Williams, who both want to give a statement to the court today. And they have both said that he has loved cooking since a young age. So this is a way that he's served his family and served his community. And I also wanted to touch on his family support. I know on the Zoom we have Donna Miller, Leona Miller, Carmen Smith, Vicki Mosley, Saja Ramsey, Gwendolyn Smith, and Michelle Williams, and also Kim Ford on here today. And I think there's other people that I don't have the names of. I also wanted to point out that Mr. Mosley was 27 years old when he committed this crime and was incarcerated. He's now 48. He is at a age where he's unlikely to reoffend. And I did include some sites to a study about that in my memorandum. Additionally, I think that because he has this strong family support network with him, he has experience working in the culinary field, and he also has experience working at shipyard, and that his brother-in-law also works at the Port of St. Bernard and is going to be able to get him a job there once he successfully completes the Parole Project. So he has a really strong reentry plan with job opportunities, community support, family support, as well as all of the many wonderful things that the Parole Project offers to clients. So I do think that with those things in place, he would be quite successful. He is a different person than he was when this crime occurred. He had one prior nonviolent felony conviction for a simple burglary. And Mr. Mosley has admitted that during this time he had started using marijuana and then eventually heroin. And he has taken achieved a substance abuse certificate while at LSP, as well as done another number of other classes that have helped him deal with those issues. And he will, of course, be able to continue with those issues, continue dealing with those issues when he's released. And again, that was when he was in his late 20s, and he's now 48. And I believe the last thing I want to mention is that when doing a Zoom with Mr. Mosley, this is the first time that this has ever happened to me with all the clients that I speak with over Zoom. A lieutenant actually came on and told me how wonderful Michael was in the BMP program. She actually ran the DMP program and said that Michael was not only an extremely active participant, but he was someone who was helping her run the class and a model to other inmates. And I've never had anyone ever come on a Zoom of their own fruition like that, just to tell me how much they appreciated one of my clients. So that was, I think that moment really illustrates the kind of person that Mr. Mosley has become. He recognizes his accountability. He shows remorse when he talks about these incidents to me, and also shows a great willingness to become a better person. And again, I said that he had family support, but he's also been able to foster close relationships with his grandchildren, whom he's never met in person, and with his nieces and nephews from inside Angola, which I think is a huge accomplishment, to be able to foster new relationships and have those close family ties with people you've never met. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next, we'll have speaking Miss Leona Ellis and Aunt.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you guys. Thank you all for having me here. I want to speak of the change of the young man I see before you today. Michael's conversation now is of a mature man, of a man that's sorry for his errors. He shows remorse. And this has not just started since he's been trying to get released. About 7 or 8 years ago, Michael's conversation when he calls his mother on the phone when I'm there has changed. He's not talking about himself. He's more considerate and more concerned about the people that's around him. He's concerned about how his daughter life is going, being involved in his grandchildren. He wants to call when they're having homework so he can help them over the phone, so he can encourage them. He feels bad when the mom lost his stepfather. He was sorry that he showed remorse that he was not there to comfort his mother and his family. And his conversation is of a mature man, of a man that want to put a foot forward and want to be an asset to society, you know. And so that's why I'm supporting him in this release, because I believe that he's gonna be, and I believe what he said, that he's convicted to be a better man, a better round person. So thank you all.
Thank you. All right, next we'll have Miss Kim Ford, a friend. You're on mute.
Mute. Okay.
How you
Sorry,
doing?
you can hear me now. I'm Kim Ford. I am very involved in my community, and I work with organizations across the state of Louisiana. And I just would be so happy. This is my first parole board meeting, and I'm so honored to be able to hear you, so honored to look at the work that the three of you have done. But I speak today on behalf of Mr. Mosley that if he comes out, I definitely want to be able to support him, be able to help him to get that GED, and be able to just support not only from myself, but my whole wealth of friends across the state of Louisiana support his release today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time. We also have in support on Zoom Linda Miller, an aunt who will not be speaking. Talita Hayes from Not My Past Ministries, who will not be speaking but in support. And Christy Smith, a sister, who will not be speaking and in support. We also have opposition from the chief of police because of the violent crime. And that ends that part of it. We'll move on to the actual parole interview, which Ms. Stapleton has assigned your case. So she will conduct the interview and cast the first vote. Ms. Stapleton?
Okay, good morning, sir.
Morning.
I wanted to ask you, can you tell me about, the night that you got the armed robbery charge, please?
Well, me and the guy, you know, close friend of mine, we was just riding around and had nothing else to do, you know, and put about a payphone in front of the right head. We seen that the light still was on in the store, you know, and it went from there. Called him coming out the door, and we entered the right head, and you know, at gunpoint, I put him to the floor and emptied the safes out. Got the money out of it, you know.
That you were holding a gun in each hand?
Yes, I had 2 guns. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Yeah. And then the other charge, it was a simple.
A simple burglary. Yes, ma'am, simple burglary.
Never had any other charges that involved a weapon or anything like that. These are the 2 charges.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me ask you about your GED. I know you're trying over and over to get it because you do realize you're doing your best to get something that opens the doors for people, just like getting a high school education. That's the least you have to have these days.
Yes.
So the lady that just spoke, she said that it sounds like that she almost is involved in an organization. Are you familiar with that lady that just spoke?
Yes, I am. I am.
And then, of course, the parole project. Do you think they would have the facilities or a person that would help you achieve this goal?
Yes, ma'am. I think they will. I talked to them several times before, and I bought a copy of my records from my testing from my school, and I also gave a copy to them, and they're going to help me out to achieve my GED.
It looked like I thought I read that you had gotten to the 11th grade. Is that correct or no?
Well, no, because based on the fact that, you know, by me taking the test scores and stuff, test score was labeling at 11th grade or 10th grade.
Okay.
Grade you finish in high school?
10th.
10th.
Yes.
How old were you when you quit? I guess you quit in the 10th grade?
Yes, I quit. About 21 years old.
Oh, okay. So you tried your best until you just,
Yes.
I understand that.
Yeah, they started putting me in special ed, and you know, I just peer pressure got to me, and just stopped going.
Well, you've done good though with these other programs. Are they mostly verbal programs that you don't have to write back and forth? That's how come you get to accomplish it?
Well, you know, like I said earlier, you know, I'm a changed man, so you know, I have to do better to try to change my life. I have grandkids coming up, and I want to show them that I can do better. You know, so I try to achieve as much as I can.
You have some very good comments. Works at Major Smith. I can't say enough positive things about him. Works hard for me. Colonel Franklin, he's a hard working offender who always does what he's told. And Trevor Campbell, never have any trouble with offender Mosley. He's always very respectful. So I wanted to give you those words of encouragement. I don't have any more questions. Do you have anything you want to say to me that I didn't ask, maybe?
No, ma'am. Just thank you.
If I could just interrupt, I know that his mom and sister, Michelle, are on the Zoom, I think, and they were having some connectivity troubles, but they did want to give a brief comment, but I'm not sure.
We have a limit of 3 so y'all already had 3 speak.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, then I'll pass it along.
Mr. Barra.
Yeah.
I could just interject, with a question that Ms. Stapleton asked, Mr. Mosley. So in our programs, we do have tutors in there that helps them, understand what is being told and what is being taught to them. So they do have people that helps them if they can't read or understand what the question was. So he do have a tutor in all the programs.
What about a tutor for GED? Is that available? And
Yes,
he's just
ma'am.
not able to accomplish it?
Yes, ma'am. So, he continues not to meet the academic growth, but when he moved back to Camp C, we re-enrolled him in GED, so we do have someone helping him, a tutor helping him there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question. Why did you do it?
I just wanted the money at the time. I wanted to step up to the plate and be a man. And the job that I was working at wasn't providing much. I was on drugs at the time and just wanted some money.
You did it for the money. What did you spend the money on? Did you get to spend any of it?
Yes, I got to spend a little bit of it. On partying. I partied a lot.
All right.
I'm gonna ask for executive session.
Okay, that's fine.
Can I have executives? Can we go in executive session, please?
Ms. Stapleton,
I'll second.
second.
Sharon Knopfler.
Yes.
Danny Barra.
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna resume the hearing on Michael Mosley, and we are gonna begin with Ms. Stapleton, the lead, making the first vote.
Hey, Mr. Mosley, I was very happy with your candid responses to everything. I do feel like you're remorseful for what you did that night. And so my vote is and you're gonna keep going on with that GED, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my vote is to grant, and that'll be after completion of the work release program, which I think that'll be good for your self-esteem and give you a good start when you walk out the door, the gate. Did you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Nasa?
All right, Mr. Mosley, I enjoyed listening to the conversation today. I enjoyed hearing from your the folks who spoke on your behalf. I'm really impressed with your persistence in trying to pursue the attain the educational goals. That speaks a lot to me. I'm glad to see you have some good programs under your belt. And I, we were a little, or I was a little concerned that I didn't really see that work start until about 2023, but I suppose you were working in the kitchen and feeding the people and liked the job, and that was what was important to you at that time. And then you learned you might have this opportunity and you got to work.
Yes, ma'am.
My vote is the same as Mrs. Stapleton to grant you to grant you parole after completion of a work release program, and that after release you do work with the parole project and the innocence project and the plans that they've laid out for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and concur with the recommendation. And like she said, make sure you follow up with the parole project after you get out of work release. So
Yes, thank you.
say your parole has been granted conditionally, that you do a term in the work release program and then parole to the parole project.
Thank you, sir.
Once you complete work release, you'll be going straight out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremiah, come here. Jeremiah, come here. I need you. Thank you, appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good job.
Can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
All right, now we can hear you. All right, let's. Committee on parole is called back to order. We're still at Louisiana State Penitentiary and we're dealing with the case on Mr. Carl Ruffin. Mr. Ruffin, we need you to state your full name and your DOC number for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Carl Cornelius Ruffins, 412-788.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process and then we'll go ahead and begin your hearing. We're going to give you the first time to speak on your own behalf. Then we'll allow people in support of you to speak, up to 3 supporters. Then we'll allow people in opposition to speak, up to 3 of them. And I'm the lead officer on this case, so I'll begin the first round of questioning when the time comes. So we'll begin your hearing with, today we have for parole consideration Carl Ruffin, DOC number 412-788, who's a first felony offender who's been convicted of second-degree murder by jury. And on February 22nd, 1999, was sentenced to serve life, which was later commuted to 50 years in Caddo Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 10/16/21. Your good time date is 2/14/2040, and your full term date is August 8th, 2048. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're gonna be the first one to speak, and basically we want you to tell us, why do you think that you would be a good candidate to be released today, and why do you think we should grant you parole?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I spent 26 years incarcerated. And all my time incarcerated, it wasn't always easy. I came here and I was dysfunctional to a large degree. You can kind of see that through my jacket. It took time for me to actually learn what I did was wrong. It took time for me to accept it. It took time for me to grow. I realized through a lot of classes I've taken, a lot of deep introspection. Why would I? Why would I do what's wrong?
To help you refocus, why do you think you would be a good candidate to be released at this point?
I changed. I changed a great deal. I took on a lot of classes. I worked on me. I learned how to deal with my anger. I learned how to deal with myself, with other people, without having to resolve to anger. They brought me to violence. I learned how to deal with my past and let go. These are the main contributing reasons why I believe I'd be a good candidate. Yes, I have trades, but mainly I've changed emotionally.
Right? Want to continue, or you good?
I'm good.
All right, thank you. So I see you have an attorney, Ms. Jane Hogan. Go ahead and
Yes,
let
sir.
her next. Oh,
Good morning again, Mr. Barra, Ms. Stapleton, and Ms. Renatza. Thank you for letting me speak. Carl Ruffins is an excellent candidate for release. He's now served all of this time, and as he candidly stated, his initial incarceration was an adjustment period. But even since his last clemency hearing in May of last year, Mr. Ruffins has not slowed down on his quest for self-improvement, not just to improve himself and to learn skills such as plumbing. And he recently was OSHA certified. He completed plumbing trade 2, and that's in addition to his pesticide degree and to his degree in welding. Mr. Ruffins also goes out of his way to make the prison a better place for other people. He is a point lookout volunteer and has been for years. He, in connection with that organization, he provides dignified burials and funerals to other men who pass away at Angola. He is currently sort of a volunteer mentor with the reentry program, in line to be a facilitator. He co-facilitates classes such as Experiencing God, and he is complete. That's in addition to all the other classes that he's completed, such as Living in Balance and Anger Management, Victims Awareness, 100 Hours. He's also completed an IC3 computer certification, AA meetings, and previously worked as a tier walker where he directly counseled men who were undergoing mental health crises in the cell blocks. All of this really points to the person that Carl Ruffins is today, and that is a man who is extremely remorseful for his actions. I've been working with Carl for years, and he is never really able to speak about his crime that brought him to prison without becoming extremely emotional. He was emotional at his clemency hearing, and that shows a profound level of remorse and recognition for what brought him to prison. And he has addressed those issues throughout his incarceration. He has an excellent reentry plan. He has very strong family support. His interstate compact agreement to Texas has already been approved. He has the full support of the Parole Project, who will accept him into the program and continue to monitor him throughout his release if he is deemed released. And so for all of these reasons, we would ask this board grant Carl Ruffins' request for parole today. And if there is any questions at the end of the hearing, I'm happy to answer any questions or clear up any confusion at the end of the hearing as well, Mr. Barra.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll have Mr. Kerry Myers from the Parole Project.
Again, good afternoon. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. I don't want to be redundant to a lot of, to what's already been said. We believe we've been working with Mr. Ruffins through his clemency process. To this point, we know he's continued, even after receiving his clemency, after being signed. He has not just taken that for granted. He's continued to work, continued to do things that improve himself. His interstate compact is already approved. He will, should he be granted today, he will come to us, where he will take the time to be institutionalized. I guess that would be the best word for it, to learn the world that he's left behind, and providing the skills, both all the practical skills and the mentorship that he's going to need in that transition. And once we determine and he determines that he has completed our program and his needs have been met, he'll move to his permanent place in Texas, where he has employment waiting and he has a tremendous support system. So we would just ask this board to consider all the factors and grant his parole today.
Thank you. Next, we have James Nash, a brother who would like to speak.
Yes, thank you for allowing us to speak. And I think Mr. Myers and Carl and Ms. Hogan have already pretty much covered the majority of what I would like to say. So, I mean, there's just really one thing that I wanted to touch on myself. And that is, I think a lot of people, including my previous self, see the prison system as just a housing facility. And I mean, it is that. And I guess in its core role, that's the purpose it serves. But I'm coming to realize myself that this is also a tool that can be used to take those who may not have had that initial structure, or maybe even resisted that initial structure, to take them, build them, mold them up in such a way that produces a law-abiding, productive citizen of a community, ready for reentry into society. And I know that's not a flawless system. It has its issues just like anything else, but it can and does work. The main thing I wanted to say is that Carl is really a walking testament as to how it can and it does work, and we're grateful for that. You know, we're grateful to the state for that. We're grateful to Angola for that. And, you know, just in conclusion, more than anything else, we really just hope that you as the board, you're able to see, as we see, how he truly has been rehabilitated and how he really is remorseful for what happened in '98. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joseph Nash, another brother who's in support.
Yes, sir. My name is Joe Nash, and I'm Carl's youngest brother. You know, there's two things that impressed me about Carl the most, and that's his commitment and his consistency. You know, that's both in his work ethic, his self-development, and simply just making better decisions. You know, from his last hearing until today, Carl is still showing his continual commitment to growth, and he's been consistent over a period of time. You know, we all know that Carl has changed, but we also know that one thing that has helped Carl sustain that change is support. And as James was saying, especially the support that he's received while at Angola. You know, it's one thing to have all of the certifications and the certificates available to Carl, but for him not only to participate, but actually apply the things that you guys have taught him shows a lot about who he really is. You know, so our commitment is not just to support Carl, but it's actually to help continue to build on the solid foundation that Angola has already provided. You know, and as Mr. Myers has mentioned, that if you guys were to vote favorably today, you know, it has support from the Parole project. The interstate compact's completed. Once he comes to Texas, he'll have a safe place to stay and a strong support from his family. But also he'll have support financially from a company that's been in business since 1977, starting them out right at $20 an hour. So regardless, however you guys may vote, we just want y'all to know that we're really, really proud of Carl and everything that he's done. But ultimately, however we can support Carl, we're there for him. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have in support on Zoom, Heidi Buckle, a partner who's not going to speak. We have Deloise Nash Davis, an aunt on Zoom who's not going to speak, but in support. We have Alice Bradford, a friend on Zoom who's in support, not going to speak. We have Dejan Bradford, a friend on Zoom in support, not speaking. We have Brenda Nash, mother, who's on Zoom in support and not speaking. We have Talia Goodlow, a friend who's on Zoom and in support, not speaking. We have Lorish Nash, the sister-in-law, who's on Zoom, at LSP, in support, not speaking. We have Mitt Matthews, a friend who's also at LSP and in support, but not speaking. And Carlisha Nash, who's also at LSP, in support and not speaking. You got a lot of people supporting you. So, but there is some opposition. We have opposition from law enforcement. The law enforcement people of Caddo Parish are opposed to you being released. Just want to let you know that.
Yes, sir.
The case has been assigned to me. I'm the lead guy on the case, and I need to, kind of outline and put some stuff into the record and ask you a couple of questions. And basically, the facts of the case are that Donald Reed was riding his bike when he almost hit the car that you were riding with. And an argument took place between the driver of the car and the victim. Then seems like y'all drove off and went a ways down the road and made a U-turn and came back. When the vehicle drove back up to the victim, you fired multiple shots, killing Mr. Reed. And the question about that is, why? Why do you think you need to kill Mr. Reed? Y'all had already got away from the situation. Why did y'all go back, and why did you think he was a threat that needed to be killed? I need to know that.
When I reflect back on that incident where I took Mr. Reed's life, there is nothing that me now, the person I am now, can see in that picture that justified any reason for me to shoot Mr. Reed. I look at myself and I try to go back in those shoes. And I know it sounds like it almost contrary to what I just said, but I look at myself as being a bit delusional. I exacerbated a situation, I blew up a situation out of proportion to what was actually there at the moment. He wasn't a threat. He did nothing to be a threat, but I still saw him as a threat somehow. I panicked. It was wrong the way I thought. And like I said, he did nothing wrong. I shouldn't have never let it, if my thinking even go that far to believe he was going to be a threat. There's nothing I could say to justify it. There's no way I can sit here and say anything other than I have no justification for it.
Were you on drugs at that time?
Yes, sir, I was using. I was drinking, I was smoking weed, but it's not a justification for what I did. I was using cocaine, but it still should have never got that far. I think I shouldn't have never got. I shouldn't have never been. I should have never had a gun. I shouldn't have never drank. I should have never smoked. The responsibility was mine, either way the cut goes.
All right. Just also wanted to add to the record that the mother of the victim is leaving the decision up to us. She's not holding hard feelings, obviously, and she's leaving it up to us. And there's also numerous letters of support in your file. We're impressed with your inmate programming, and you have a low risk and also a good plan with the parole project. I don't have any more questions for you at this time. We'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Davis.
No, I think you covered everything.
I have no question.
All right, it's time for the board to vote. And since I'm first, I'm gonna vote to grant you parole today. And for the reasons stated above, I think you do show some remorse. I think you have made a good effort in prison. I think you do have a good support system. I think you have a good family supporting you. And I don't think you're gonna make these same mistakes again. I don't even think you're gonna get back on drugs or alcohol again. And I would recommend that you don't. Because you're gonna be on parole for the rest of your life probably, or at least close to it. And if you come back over here and they say he's been drinking or he's been acting stupid, all I can tell you is you can bring your family and you can bring the whole town. I'm gonna vote to revoke your parole.
And
So,
I agree with that. I would never.
all right, so no drinking, no alcohol, no drugs, no bad friends, changing all of that.
Yes, sir. That's a guarantee.
And you're moving to Texas.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Texas.
So for all of those reasons, I'm gonna vote to grant you parole.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For everything that Mr. Barra said, for all the same reasons, and I really do wish you well. And I wish the mother of the victim well, because she plays a big part in all of our decisions. Well, not to say all of ours, certainly in mine. And she left it up to the board. So well, and ditto.
Renata?
Well, Mr. Ruffins, I saw you in May of last year, and I voted for you then, and I stick by my decision. My vote today also is to grant you parole for all the reasons it's been stated. But to
All right.
Thank all.
1:01 p.m. and we are ending our hearings at Angola, and good luck to all of y'all, and hopefully we never see you again.
You won't.